Mellow. I guess I should come in before the song's over. Let's turn on these cams. Ooh, it's a mellow start to tonight. Hey. No, I gotta skip this. I can't do that. I can't do it. So, let's talk about code and architecture of the OBS project. If you haven't seen it before, what we've built is an OBS overlay, which ties into Twitch events like follows, subscribes, etc. And last time we were able to get it showing up on the screen. I can do a test one. I'll trigger one for you right now. Did it work? I don't think it worked. Let me fix it real quick. It's broken already. Surprise, surprise. So, what is it? Alert overlays? Refresh. There's the buttons. Those are all the new sounds that I've added that we're going to play with today in our next task when we tie tmi.js chat into the sound integration. So you can type things in the chat, trigger a sound if you think you hear a funny sound. But I am using some of those for my notifications right now. How do I trigger one? Let's try it again. Oh, I replayed the wrong one, that's why. You know what, let me show you. So in our Tau dashboard here, Twitch API Unifier, we can replay events. I replayed the stream online, which I don't listen for that event. There's a channel updated. Stanley GGS, couple follows we missed actually off stream. Stanley GGs and Frosty Paws. Frosty Paws, that's a cute name. Let's play it again. Ding! You hear it? Ooh, Frosty Paws just followed. Thank you for the follow, Frosty Paws. Stanley, you get one too. Oh, there's another one. Thank you for that. I didn't get any, you know, subs or whatever, but this is my channel raid. Another one, you need to add sounds. Coding Gardens. Did it work? What the? I want this one. Why isn't it doing that one? Channel subscription message. Oh, the ones with the messages. We didn't support those. Hold on, let me add them real quick. We can review in our overall architecture here. We'll throw that in there, but I want to show you how easy it is now that I've reformatted this to add a new event to listen for. So I reorganized the structure of this. We're still under OBS Overlays with most of our code. The .js files down here is our Express.js app code. And then I've started using tmi.js for modules, ES modules on the client side. Because our client side is just raw code. There's no framework, we're just hitting the bare metal. No, that's not the right term. We're not that close. But we're writing, you know, browser supported JavaScript, ECMAScript, whatever number they're on now, I don't know. But basically, it's just regular JavaScript, but it allows us to use import and export. So I've moved my things into separate files here to keep the config separate from everything else. So now when I want to add a new event listener, because I need to listen on the server side and the client side, oh, there goes an ambulance. Because I need to listen on the server side and the client side, I needed to add code in two different places. That's where we left off last time. I don't like that. I want to add it in one place, right here. So these are all the Twitch event listeners. It listens for this event name, and then the client callback is the callback I'm going to run on the client when I want to format my data for the message template. So you can see it's nice and clean. Whenever I'm working with something that's configurable, I usually always try to make it, or whenever I'm writing code that is dynamic, I usually try to make it configurable. And by that I mean you just end up to add a new one, you know, obviously I'm just going to add a new item to this array. I can add a new property if I need to add more data. It's all going to be housed here. And this is just hard-coded data, you know, you could replace this with your API endpoint, whatever. But I don't want to be duplicating a set of code for every single one of these, right? That's what I had before. I had listeners in every single one. On the front end, I was copy pasting a bunch. When you're copy pasting a bunch, it's a good sign you can refactor. And so when I'm copy pasting, I don't have the forethought of what I'm trying to do a lot of the time. I'm just kind of building it out, getting it working, whatever. And then I like to come back and refactor it afterwards to like, okay, now that I've built it all out and it's working, how can I clean it up to make it so if I'm the first time coming back to this, first user coming to this project or me coming back to this project later on, then how can I make it so I understand what's going on, the code's not too crazy, and I can kind of remind myself and keep it as simple as possible. So you see I just go over the event listeners and then I apply them for each instead of copy pasting all of them. So let's add this new one real quick. I never remember the commands to copy down in VS Code. I should change it. Oops, it's not that one. I use it all the time. Command, Alt, down. Or no, not Command, Shift, Alt, down. See, I don't like that. Like it does, oh, I did the wrong keys. I always type it wrong. Shift, Alt, down. Okay, I gotta remember that because I use that one a lot. The new event is channel subscription message. I'm gonna move it up by there because it's gonna be basically identical. Well, actually, it's gonna have a message as well. I'm probably just gonna copy all this because I want it to be the same sound and the same data. with the message. We're gonna add a feature while we're here. I'm sorry, I can't get into the code and just not add a feature, but we'll review a little bit more of it in a second. This is a good example of adding a new event listener to the chat. By the way, how do you like the purple background? We went purple today instead of green. Feels good. I think I could find a way to get a channel redemption that triggers the color change of that, but I might need to, I'm gonna need to do some research for that. I need to figure it out. Well, hello, Mountain Trash Panda. Welcome to the stream. On a side note, I watched Matrix 3 last night, and it was confusing. And I'm over it. I'm done trying to understand the Matrix. It's just too much work, you know? But I do want to watch Inception again. It's been a while since I've seen that. And Groundhog's Day. Okay, so they subscribe with the message. We'll add a new prop now too. Message event data dot, I don't know what it is, but we can find out if we go back to Tau and we see the example, event data message text. I can't add the emotes just yet, but let's do that. Oh, there's also, we need to add more data later on, you know, how long they've been going for, how many streaks they're on, all of that. We need to fancy this one up a little more. They want you to be over it. It's all part of the Matrix. Oh, and they did a good job, because I'm over it. You know what? I'm just over it. Oh, I can't wait to get these sounds in for you. I got a cool new bunch of sounds that I want to play sound clips for stream. Okay. So now that should be listening for it. Let me refresh my OBS. Refresh the OBS. Those render on the first time, and then once they're mainly for debugging. And then once one of the alerts runs, the notifications, they'll go away. I'm using that for debugging in the browser because I made a whole new little class and everything. I'll show you about how our sound sources are broken up and all that too, in the sound player and whatnot. And we'll show you that. Okay. So we were going to run another, I keep wanting to go to Pretzel, oh, not OBS. Replay. Ooh, that's really quiet. Coding Garden just subscribed with a message. I didn't add it to the template. I added the message here, but I need to update my template in here. Message. I can't do logical in this templating that I have set up right now though, which kind of sucks. I wonder if there's a cute little templating library that we can pull in to do this, to make it easier. I'd have to find one. I don't know one off the top of my head. So I'll just do cheesy for now. And let's, not here. Arrgh. OBS. Am I way off center on the cam? I'm sorry, I'm leaning a lot today. This way? That way? Which way should I be facing? Okay, we refreshed. You need to add sounds, lol. It doesn't look great, but it's on there. The wow's really quiet. The follower, like that's normal. It's pretty good level, right? You guys can hear me, right? Which one was it doing? This one. Did you hear that? I totally missed the sound because that thing happened. Oh, did it not run again? Channel subscription. Yeah, that's so quiet. Okay, let's fix it. We've got the message. So that will take us to our new sound sources. That was the icebox, yes. And this is another MJS file, another ES module file. I moved all of our config into a folder. This main one is just kind of like an all master config. It has a few things in it, but it also, oh, I didn't move the sound sources over correctly. That's weird. I moved into this new file, but I didn't update it in here. I wonder which ones. Are they the same? Oh no, this one's a little different. So let's take this. Good thing we're doing this architecture review, right? Otherwise I would have all these problems. Okay, so that updates the sounds path. I had a fix on it. Let's find the wow. The volume is 0.2. I default it to 0.8, I think. Let's try it. Let's see what's that at. If it is a good volume, I can remove it. I don't need it. But let's also convert this to pull from sound sources. Was it because sound sources? No. Well, this song's a little mysterious. I see. We're gonna have to, I think I even moving some, I actually can skip songs up here. Did it do it right? The fridge is making all the sounds tonight. Sorry. Yo, icebox. So let's import from sound sources. And then we export it. Here's our other settings, our main config. So I separated event listeners and sound sources because those get pretty long. Also, this has like, actual callback code in there, which is fancy. Subscribe with a message. With the message. That's a little, yeah. This is a little longer. And this is pretty long too. And we don't have, a ton of songs, or not songs, but sounds in there. So I put them all into this one config. Imported the long ones, exported a couple of the other things. We have our notification auto close timeout. This is how long it waits our timeout, or our notification waits to close, 10 seconds. We override that in some cases. In our event listeners, we have the option to override it. And for example, a channel follow, we set timeout for 7 seconds, and that will override it. So this is what I mean again about the configurable part. Like, make your code configurable instead of having to like react in different ways. Debug render sound buttons, that's what I'm currently playing with when I refresh the page. And the default sound clip volume, is 0.08. That's what I set it to. Okay, let's try it again. OBS. Refresh. And you see how it shows those buttons in initial? That is because in our overlays, down at the bottom I have, if the config is true, go ahead and render the sound buttons. And I was doing that to render it and play with it in the browser to try to see the volume levels, to get the adjusted volume levels to even them out. Okay, let's sound. That still feels kind of low, doesn't it? Last time this sound was really high, and that's why I turned it down. Let's give it up to 1.0, huh? I think it could be because the browser is really low in OBS too. I did turn it down a bunch because of that. Let me fix that first, and then we'll adjust off of that. Alert overlays 50%. Because we can turn them down, but we can't turn them beyond 1.0. So, okay. That's a decent sound, or a decent level, right? I think the coin was super high though, right? It was already sounding at a good level beforehand, so let's go back to the coin. I did not change that. We'll say volume. These volumes are not very accurate. I've noticed anything from 0.4 to 0.9 is about the same. And then once you get to 0.3, it cuts it down. 0.2 cuts it down, and then 0.1, that's when you actually see the difference. So let's try 0.4, because that should bring it down from 0.8. Oops, refresh. It's pretty loud. I have it on my monitors and it's, maybe it just sounds quieter to me. I don't know, that doesn't make sense. I think it should play normal. But let's see. Which one was I trying to do again? Mountain Trash Panda, listen for this. How loud was that? It sounds good to me. And we also want to try the... That's pretty loud, right? Should I turn that one down? Oh, there's message. We broke the other one. Still kind of loud, maybe you're sensitive. Okay, we'll leave it there for now. What is this? Reflections. We need a second opinion. I see there's 3 viewers. Okay, so we tried the other sounds. Let's see how the other ones sound real quick. The raid one I think is pretty loud, but I kind of like that because I want to be alerted when there's a raid. How's that raid sound? Feels very raidish, right? I need to fix that message thing. Okay. So for that, to fix that message thing, how do I fix that message thing? Anybody? Let's look a little bit at my main overlays MJS file. And I'll show you the sound player too. So we're importing everything as config, and that's because we have some that are direct exports and whatever. I want it all to be on the single config. I didn't want to destructure it because I'm going to pull everything out of there anyway. Whatever. And the sound player. So we can look at the sound player real quick. I moved some code there. I kept it out here because the sound player is not config. It's not a class. It's mimicking a class, but it's my utilities for my sound playing basically. Again, I import the config. I have to call a init for it to happen, which I do here. I do that because what it does is it goes through all of the audio sources and generates the audio files, or generates the audio tag for them, or not audio tag, but the audio API, this one. It does this for it, basically. And the reason I do that is because this is only available in the DOM. This is a DOM API, and so we don't have access to it in Node. The idea was that I could theoretically use these sound sources in Node if I needed to. I might end up pulling them in to like render on a page, you know, to say like, hey, these are the available commands that you have. Haven't done that yet. But Node.js can read MJS files, ES module files, even though it has the import and export in it. So you just gotta get your, you know, MJS right, but I've been liking it so far. It works the same as, you know, your build tools like Babel, or I don't know what else you use. What's under the hood of Create React App these days? I mean, that's what they all are, Babel, right? Create React App, all those command line tools that build your shit for you, they pretty much turn this on. I don't know if they do experimental anymore. Maybe they use the normal one by now, but they were supposed to be relying on the spec, so. So in here, I have my notification timeout that I use to hide the notification after X amount of time. I set it to false initially because the way I keep track of timeouts is I set it to false when I'm not using it, and then I set the value like with set timeout later on. In here, I set timeout back there. That returns some kind of number. Sneeze alert. Excuse me. So, set timeout will return like an integer of some kind. I don't know if it could ever actually return 0, which would be a problem, but the usual way around that is that it sets it to that, and then I just say, when I want to check, I say if notification timeout is not explicitly equal to false, then I know there's a timeout in there that needs to be cleared. And that's so you don't do leaks, you know, DOM leaks, because if you keep creating the timeouts and not clearing them, I think it could be an issue. In this case, we have to do it because if there's an existing timeout, I want to clear the old one and then restart the counter. And after I clear it, I always set it to false. That's my little tip for set timeout. But up top, this song's kind of funky. We grab our canvas, our div named canvas, initiate our socket, initiate the sound player, and I have my templates. I would like to refactor this somehow, but like I said, this will be tied into a templating system somehow, so I gotta find something for that I like. So would like to clean that up still. Do my initial init console log with all the configs so I can see everything, how it's set. All of the event listeners, I map through all of them, and then I have a helper to listen for a specific event, which passes the name and the client callback. The name is the event that we're listening for. This is pulling from our same event listeners that we pull on the server side. So I only have to update it in one place. And the client callback to call, this is basically our data getter. And it's got the data getter plus some settings. And this basically just goes through the socket, says, hey, when this event happens, call the get data, and then pass that to the render message, and then this is our rendering, our template rendering, basically. We do our template render there, put it into the DOM, and we play our notification sound. which is the data that we passed in with the sound. If we want to override it, by default, down here, we use the wow sound. So start notification timeout. By default, I'm going to use the notification timeout. I have the option to override it because I wanted the follows to be shorter. I want raids to be longer. I don't think I changed that yet. And I also want subscribers to be longer because they're bigger events. So we already looked through that function. Clear notification will just delete the contents of the inner HTML. Notification sound calls our sound player. We didn't get to look through that yet. Let's look at it now. Oh, we started and then we stopped. So the init runs and then it sets the initialize to true, and that has to happen, otherwise the sounds won't play. So that's it's kind of like a safety check that I have. I have a quick little getter to just pull from the sources. Again, these sources are pulled in from my config, so it pulls from that one spot. And then you can play a sound clip. When you do it, we just use a get. If it's not initialized, we'll initialize it already or automatically for you. And then it tries to check for the audio. And the reason we have to initialize it too is because, like I said, this doesn't get initialized on server side. This whole sound player wouldn't work server side anyway. So we have to generate the audio element when we create this. This could be a class for the constructor. Honestly, I just didn't realize I was going to write it like this, so I started with an object, and then, yeah. This could easily be a class. But if it has the audio, I'm going to set the volume to whatever you gave it to me. Otherwise, I'm going to use the default sound volume, 0 to 1. I'm going to set the current time back to 0 and play it. That one's pretty simple. Pretty simple, pretty clean. I moved our connect and disconnect down here because they're just kind of things. And then finally the debugging code at the bottom. And that's pretty much it, powering it. You know, we set this up before where we have our template here, we pull it from here and inject everything into the canvas. All we have to include is the socket IO from the server. And oh, I did have to add type module to my script tag now, and MJS is not a requirement. You can load it as a JS. I wanted to write it as MJS so I could, in my head, know like, okay, this is different. So let's add the new template real quick, or duplicate this one. I'm gonna say message with message template. And it's basically going to be the same, but have this, and this one I'll remove that because it's too small. We'll change that up later, but to duplicate this, we'll basically go back here, up to our templates up top. Ooh. 1 second, please. It's a new account. Oh, do I? Okay, so we want to duplicate this. What was that command again? Shift Alt down. Oh yeah, look at us. Keyboard masters. So instead of message template, oh, that's not right at all. I want just this. And then it's going to do the same thing. Message with message. And I think that's all I would need to change. Eventually these will look differently, but you can see I've copy pasted. This is another time where I should obviously refactor this, but I'm gonna wait for the templates, handle whatever I decide to use templates with later on. But in able to support that, need to make this a different thing. So let's say, if templates dot or templates dot has own property event data dot template. If it has its own template, this is going to go into a var, and I can just make it shorthand. So if the templates has its own property, then I'm going to go ahead and pull it. Oops. Templates bracket event data dot template. Did I do that right? And wait. So if it has its own, the template that is defined on here, yeah, I want to say that, or default notification template. Otherwise, I'm going to give you the default notification template. Okay, so that's going to be our template, and then we can just say template like that. So this is going to grab whatever event data or whatever template we've defined on the event data. Otherwise, it's going to look for this. So let's add to our subscription message not that. What is it? Message with message. Default will be just message. This should be config dot. Config dot. Config dot. Because we already imported our config. And now let's add it to our config. Oops. Export const is message. Those names match to the IDs here. Okay, let's save everything and try it out. Jump on this. Didn't save everything. It's supposed to save when I switch away from VS Code. Let me refresh OBS. Okay, that is refreshed. And now let's test. Did anything happen? Did it break? I don't think I replayed the right thing. We can try it in our browser too. You might hear these sounds twice though. Here, let me play some of the other sounds for you.
Yoink!
Yoink. See, I don't know if it sounds louder there in the browser or... These should be louder, actually, because our browser is turned down on OBS, so these are louder. That one's loud, but that's a good one. Okay, so... No, I don't want it there. I want it on the right. I want to go to console. Get me to the console. Okay. Fav icon is dunzos. Do not work. Render message. Template is not a function. So that was our new code that we wrote. Templates has own property event data.template or config default notification template is message. You're saying you don't have a message. Maybe this is wrong on the other one, but I'm pretty sure the message should work too. Message is right. This was in event listeners. Yeah, that's spelled right. Well, we're gonna have to do some debugging. So render message. This should be default template. And I'll do this one too. To see what we're actually getting. And the template. Okay. This will show up in browser. Was this the follow? What was this? I want the follow. Right? I guess it doesn't matter. Do any of them work? That one worked. You need the sounds. Okay, so subscriber works. Where am I? Here we go. Follow. It's not working. Template is not a function. Did I not refresh the page? Amateur. That's why I keep falling for this. I'm so used to live. Yeah, sorry, that's so loud. I'm so used to live reload that I keep falling for it. Okay, I want this one, the follow. Template is not a function. Template name message. Why is that? Oh. Yeah. I put that in the wrong spot. So I just want to know, is there a template on here Will that fail? Because it'll be undefined. It will try to get undefined. If it is defined, use it. Otherwise, give me the default. But I was thinking if it wasn't there, I have to put it in both places. Let's just do this because I'll reuse it then. Because that could be the backup one. So if they gave us a template and it doesn't exist, we'll fall to this backup one. But if they didn't give us a template, we're gonna set the template name to the default. And then if that exists, go ahead and run it. If not, then run the default, which is not gonna work anyway, so it's just gonna be busted. So we're missing that. If our default notification template doesn't exist, then it's a problem. I guess we'll just say null in that case. And then if there is no template, throw new error. Template does not exist. And that would be template name. Yeah. And that will get us out of there. Should I throw an error or should I just return? I think I should return so I don't break anything. Other things can still happen later on, but I'm still gonna warn you. Yo, the template doesn't exist. Okay, I think I can delete this now, but let's just comment it out for the time being. Refresh, don't forget to refresh. And I want the follow. The one thing I've noticed about this is when you add a new one, look, I expand the followed and I'll hit replay. And then it like jumps me up one. It adds a new event and then jumps me up one. It's very confusing, but it worked there. Okay, so I think we're good. How can I close this page without losing it forever? What I did before was I basically just pasted it, left it there, because I don't want this one to be open and the one in the OBS, because you know hear the sounds twice. Okay, refresh, and now it should work and be a better volume. Very well, very well. And let's test a raid one. Or subscription, sorry. Wow! With the message, I really gotta fix the design of that one. I am not a fan. Raid though. Is that loud? How does it sound? Too loud? Should I turn it down? Okay, I guess I'll just watch the playback and judge for myself. As long as it's not like shaking you when you hear it. You know, it's okay if it's loud because it is supposed to be like an attention thing. Less than that other one. Okay, is there anything else in this code that I need to show you? I don't think so. We've gone through all the front end code now, which is just the OBS overlays. This is all the code that I serve the client in. Did we go over all of this? We didn't. Let's show you how the server side works. So I cleaned up the server side quite a bit as well. Our starting point is our index file here. The require app pulls it in. I don't know if I changed anything. Okay, so the only thing I changed in here was I renamed the socket file to tau socket because I want to be clear that it's the tau socket. It's not our socket IO that I'm sending to the client, to the front end. So that brings it in there, and then it inits the socket. What that does is I start listening for tau events. Previously, I was doing it automatically whenever you imported the file, but then I had an import in this app file. I was just importing it and never using it, which is confusing. In a normal code base, people might see, oh, this is an unused variable, I'm just gonna delete it. And then it would break, our app would break. So in order to prevent that, I force you to initialize it. And so now we can see, okay, now we have our initializer. And what that does is it kicks off the init here, which stores our tau socket, the new socket from the new URL, which is all stored on here. And we start listening for the open an event. We console log in our server side to say, hey, it's open. And we have to send our token to the backend to initiate sending events to this socket. And then we listen for all messages on the server side. And I use my new event listeners config to tie in here. So is it in here or is it down there? No, it's, where do I use that? Maybe I don't use it here. Oh no, it's down there. Whatever. So, oh, it's not in this one, I don't think. Okay. So this is the same code as before. We changed, I don't think I changed anything in there. I have two new methods. One we're gonna fill out today, later, is the emit chat commands on socket. But we're using the emit Twitch events on socket. We get in all the events. I changed the format of the events. So previously they were like the key value was the event name, and then the callback was what I did on the server side. But now I wasn't using that anywhere in the code, so I was like, all right, let's just drop that. And then if we want to add one, we can add it here. We can say server callback, and then create a method on here, and then tie that in if we need to. But we don't need to right now. All I really was using it for was to log out, hey, this event was received on the server side. So I've just done that in here automatically now. So that moved our event listeners to the one config. Now the client is reading it and the server is reading it. And we have a nice clean way to edit it. We know exactly where to go, config event listeners, and it will happen on both the server and the client. Because we need to listen to the tau socket. We need to tell the tau socket, hey, I want to listen for this event. And then we need to send it to our client, and our client side code needs to say, hey, I want to listen to this event. We need the double listeners. So because we changed it to just an array, we can do a simple map over, and all I need here actually on the server side is the event name to say, hey, I'm gonna build the event listener for it, or the event emitter here. And this doesn't need to be in the event listeners because it's gonna do it for all of them. So until I need functionality that differs per event type, I don't need to make it a config item on the event listeners. So what that does is it takes the front end socket and it emits the event to the front end socket with the data. And later we're going to integrate the chat commands as well. So continuing on in app, this is all the same. We set up our OBS overlays as a static path. Was there any other ones? env just pulls my data. We haven't changed that. I have a lot of extra data in here that I'm not actually using. So I will pull that at some point. I just wanted to keep it in there in case I needed it. Yep, and that's it on the server side. That's the full architecture overview. It took an hour. I mean, we added 2 features too. So let's call it there for that one. Get st. What did we change? We added a new event. Added, what was that? Channel subscribe something. Channel subscribe, subscription message. Event. New template for message with message. And I think that's all I care to mention. Maybe we did a bug or something, I don't know, but we actually cleaned some code up, and that's fine. That's good enough for me. Okay, I'll send that up. And we'll see our latest up on the GitHubs. Here is the GitHubs. Oh, there it is. 11 seconds ago. It's hot. You hear? Do you hear my fridge? Okay. So I'm gonna take a bathroom break, and then we're gonna look at the tmi.js chat. I still need to make a break sign. A BRB screen, and the Twitch TMI chat is actually gonna allow us to do that, so I'm not gonna wait till that's done. I gotta go now. I've been hydrating. So let's give it a couple minutes. I'm really excited for this tmi.js chat. We're gonna add, like, you know, we can add a timer and say, okay, be back in 5 minutes, or just a message on the screen, you know, while I'm gone, etc. BRB bathroom break. That's beautiful, right? All right. BRB. She out here. It's cold outside. Refill my water too. Yellow. Where's my camera? There we are. There we are. Okay. So, I didn't get to show you drink of the day. This is my normal everyday water bottle. It's a Hydro Flask. How cool is that? You ever heard of them? Yeah. But I bought this when they first came to REI. I've had it for like 5 years or something, I want to say. Whenever they first came out is when I bought it. And it's still good. It's got some dings on it, you know? It's got some miles. But I love it. And when I want some flavor, I got the Coca-Cola. What are you drinking? What are you drinking, huh? Okay. Next task. tmi.js chat and sound integration. So what I want to do is when you type !S yoink, it's going to play the sound yoink. S is my shorthand. I guess I would also do sound if you think you would remember that easier. I can do them both. That's a feature I'd like to add as well. So that feature would basically be an alias to commands. But I need to build the whole commands list as well. So let me close out my files and then we'll pull out just the ones we need. env. No, you ain't getting to see that file. No. All right. What am I doing? I'm trying to fill out these sounds, and that is on the tau socket. Yes. Edit chat command z on socket. So I'm gonna want to pull that in from here. Doesn't do anything yet, okay? And I'm also gonna want to listen to it here. But I don't really know what it's going to accept. Commands and the socket. So our commands are gonna be, we're gonna have to define that structure. but this will probably be something in our config as well. We'll make a separate config for it. So I could put him in here. I think I will. Chat commands.mjs. And export. Let me get rid of this window. Will this be an array? Is that? Did you hear Zoe eating? This will be an array. This will be default. Is this going to look very similar to our event listeners? So let's copy one of those over. Switch chat commands to listen for. We'll paste one of those. Instead of event name, we'll say command, and should I put the alias on here, or should I say aliases? Or should I just make a new one, make it like a one-to-one, a one-to-many? You know, what should I do here? I think I'll only need one alias, but let's make it aliases anyway, just to provide that functionality. I'm gonna say command is sound, and then the alias is S. The other thing that I might want to store in here is the default, like the bang or not, you know, bang or at or whatever you want to use. Bang should be the answer, but we'll come to that bridge when we cross it. Is that right? So I don't think I will need a, will I need a client? I don't know. Let's do a server one. Server callback. I'm pretty sure I need a server one, right? Excuse me. So the commands are going to come through. What do I have copy pasted right now? Feels like I have something important. I guess not. Dot chat commands. This sounds kind of lurky. Is there anything personal in here? I don't think so. Streaming. Oh. So it's going to be on there on our chat commands. Let's open our config and add it. Config. This mouse is not great. This mouse is not great. Okay. Close that out. I must say I've really embraced this, whatever you call this pattern, like having the config in one place. And if you need to export another sub one, you know, breaking them up into separate files, I like it. Because I know exactly where to go when I want to change something. Event listeners, I feel like I should rename to something else, something more obvious. Twitch listeners, because event listeners is just kind of generic, you know? Refactoring here is not that great though, but let's try it. Let's rename it. But it is Twitch listener. Let's say Tau listeners. How's that? It's a little more specific. Didn't change that though. I want that one, I want that one, and I want that one, and I want that one. Although if you don't know what Tau is, that's really confusing. Hopefully you do. Okay. So we've got our chat commands in here. It could be Tau event listeners. Is that better? Does that make more sense? On client socket. Is that wordy? Okay, chat commands, server callback. So it's all just gonna happen in here now, right? Yeah, commands, it's okay. I don't need to save anything. So let's just commands.map. This isn't right anyway. We want to listen for commands in tmi. We're not there yet. Those are the commands we want to listen for though, right? We added one. We might not need the server callback. We added the command and we added the alias. Maybe this will be an arguments thing. I don't know. Tune in next time to find out. Just kidding, just kidding. Just kidding. Sponsored by Coca-Cola. That's a hard drop, sorry. Okay, so we have a command. Let's add another one, just so we have two. Anytime I'm doing array data, I always want to start with two because it's smart. There was another one, fortune. This is all getting set up so we can add tied into our fortunes API. So I've got a new channel redemption called fortune, which I've been collecting. You know, we already input some of the data. We set up the backend for it in another video, which you should find. That was the Directus versus Strappy comparison that we did. We set up our data structures in there. So I want to see when there's a fortune command, there's no aliases for this one. I'm gonna wanna do something. So this is why I would need a server callback, because is this gonna trigger another event of some kind? I don't know. We're gonna figure that out. So maybe this is gonna be harder than I thought it was. I thought it was gonna be pretty straightforward, but whatever. We got time. We're only 10 minutes in. Okay, so fortune's the second one. Let's just get rid of some of this crap because we don't really need it. Okay. And we're gonna need to set one up on the client, I think. So right now we're looking server side. We're gonna emit the commands on the socket. So what this needs to do is needs to listen for chat commands coming in Twitch. But I'm wondering if, should I just do that when I boot up the server and anyone can get an event from it, you know? Similar to Tau. Similar to how we init Tau. Let's pull TMI in. It's time. It is time. But I'm gonna make a file for it. Chat? Should I just call it chat? I don't know. Chat connection? Twitch chat. We're gonna want our env, and we're gonna wanna look at TMI, because I don't remember how to pull it up automatically. But I'm pretty sure it's npm install tmi.js. We're gonna double check it. Y'all know about TMI? I wanna get to their site, but I always do the wrong one. I think it's tmi.js.org actually. No. Why is it so hard to find? I guess it's not. If I type it in .com, type it in Google, it's fine. The problem is I type it in here. Oh, maybe it didn't do it. Hold on. One time I tried to go to the site, it didn't work, I thought. So that's why I'm having that issue. Okay, yeah, tmi.js. This could be a little bigger. And it is so easy, it's ridiculous. Like, look, I literally am gonna copy this and paste it. And it's gonna work. Watch. Let me install first. Let me install it first though, all right? That's so fast, huh? Yarn start. No, I want yarn dev. I use npm for my packages and yarn for my scripts. I'm just kidding, I go back and forth. I have trouble. So, my name, I think I do save that actually. See, this is why I Twitch user, it should be Twitch username. Do I not have that one? Let's put it up here. Stupid username. Is that right? I don't think that's right. I think that's right. Sorry. No. That's right. I know for sure that's right. We're not gonna show it. Okay. But in my env, I convert those. So I do this to make them standard, but really I'm just now have two items. Twitch username. Let's hope it works. But literally, look, it's gonna say, yo, TMI, connect to this channel. It's gonna connect anonymously because it's just listening for chat messages. All chats, basically. Gonna connect to it, and then it's gonna say, hey, when something happens, Alka. Shout out to you, boy, Alka. Alka. Non-steel soul runs? Is that the right Alka? I'm not sure. Anyway. So I want to do similar to the Tau socket where I had kind of, I guess we could look at a class in this one. See what that looks like. Will that weird you out? Oh, that's not right. Export default. What is this called? Chat. You notice how I got dashes for my node code and then camel case for my front end code? What's with that? The only thing I'm wondering is, should I initiate this automatically before you bring it in? And I feel like I should, but I didn't do that in the Tau, right? No, I waited till you call it init. Okay. That's fair, that's good. Because then it acts as kind of like, not acts as a middleware, but we trigger it by our middleware. So that's how we know, like, okay, this is something we're listening for now that the server's running. So this is gonna basically do this. This stock client. Well, we want to do this. Actually, we want to do all of it. Yeah, we want to do all of it. Client on message. Console log. I've written code for this before in my OBS chat overlays, but I guess let's do it again, right? I mean, I feel like they should have a helper on there that just is like extract, you know? There's probably a library for this. Who am I kidding? I'm just not gonna look it up. I'd rather write it. Okay, so that's cool. Maybe I'll look at my old code though. I might as well do that. That was in the tasks. Dates. Is it in here? Ooh, listen to that guitar. Does this have TMI in it? Yes. Oh, this is a next app. I was like, why is there imports in here? I used the next app boilerplate to connect to TMI for OBI tasks. That's funny. That's pretty funny. Oh, because I was using React. Interesting. Okay, so where's this code? Is this all related? Start task. You know what? I have this locally. Let's pull it up in VS Code. I might even have it. There it is. OBS tasks. Here's the code right here. I was looking at it recently. Okay. On message. Let's copy this whole frickin' thing. Steal it. This is in React, so I was like, why? But, okay. Oh, Oh, I still want to be in VS Code. I just want to go back to the other window. Client.onMessage. Spits out all that junk, it spits out all that junk. The cleaned message, okay. Is it the broadcaster? Let's just pull that out as a variable. And I'm doing like literal checking here. I want to make this somewhat dynamic. Well, I do want to make it dynamic. This was a simple case. Is a moderator. And it started. See how, because I was duplicating code. Is a highlighted message. That's interesting. So those don't come through as redemptions, I've noticed. They go through as just messages. Oops. Okay. See how easy that was? I didn't have to do all that debugging. Because things come back in a weird shape on here. As you can see, there's a lot of like tags. What? Display name is a tag? What? Oh, yeah. Ooh. Okay. So now I have some information. What I wanted to do was get out the task, but I totally don't remember what it looked like because I deleted it. Oh, the cleaned message starts with is what I said. So I want to do like, I guess I don't need all that other stuff. I can take it all. Is command and cleaned message dot starts. I'm debating if I want to just say like, hey, does it start with this, or do more like a regex and say it has to start with a bang and then be a word, or let me show you what I mean. Where can I write this? This sounds like album leaf with a lo-fi beat in the background. So I'm thinking, sometimes I write regex and I don't know if it's just to like feel cool or if it's really needed, but writing a regex feels good, you know? So I would say starts with do I need to escape an exclamation point? I don't know. Starts with exclamation point and then word. And then I want 0 or more. Anything else? I guess it doesn't need to end there. It could, yeah, it could be 0 or more. I think that's right. Dot test. We'll test some strings. An empty string? No. Chat? No. Question mark chat? True. Question mark chat? Hey, what do you say? Because we want to be able to take in arguments and like the remaining values, you know? But maybe we do that on the server callback level. We just, because we have this command here, and then yeah, we'll pass you whatever's else after. So if you say like chat add, and then you want to, like I have task add the name of the task. So you, the task, from this I will be able to know I want the task command. And I'll pass it to the task command, and the task command will get all of this. And then they can decide, okay, I want to pull out some arguments, the first word or whatever, and how they want to break it up, right? It's up to them. I think that's efficient enough. Does this work with a dash? How do I do the capturing on it? There we go. Exec. Match. What is the JS regex? Where's the regexp? Yeah, something like these. Match all. Functions? No, I want the regex ones. Methods. Exec test. Okay, I think exec is right. Oh, I was in the browser before. So that's right, because we didn't tell it to capture anything. We don't have any capture groups. I want to capture this group and this group. The name of the task doesn't look right though. That is not right. It shouldn't grab just one letter. Oh, because I didn't do the plus. One or more. Oh, it's frickin' exec, right? What is the frickin' regex method to just grab all the matches? Yeah, like this, right? Match all. String match. So it is match, but it's the string.match. Is that what I had? Yeah, I have it backwards, that's why. It's a string.match. Oh, I can write a function for it. But I shouldn't need to. Word. Is it plus or is it supposed to be on the outside? Is it the brackets too? I don't remember. I'm really struggling with this. No, it's not that. I could use the regex tester, but I'd like to do it on my own. Hey, a new follower? A Maxicid? Are you a real person? You're not even in here, man. Thank you for the follow. If you're a real person. So what's wrong with this? I want it to start with an exclamation point and a word, maybe? Well, we're getting there. Is W not word? I think it's time to open the docs. Pull out the regex tester. I don't know if I have a favorite one. Just do it in the browser. This is my string. Posture check. This is my regex. This is my string, and this is my regex. Any word. Yeah, equivalent to, okay, that's what I want. I don't really care about the exclamation point. But why isn't it grabbing the full word? Like, why do I need the plus for it to grab it? Is it just because of that? No. Anyway. Arnax, thank you for following. Thank you for confirming you are a real person. They says they got out of bed just to verify that they are real. Thank you, I appreciate that. I could just split it on, I was trying to be fancy and do a regex, but you know what? I'm not feeling it right now. Let's do some splitting. Okay. So if the cleaned command is a command and it starts with that, if it is not is command, return. Ignore. Ignore. Okay, so now if we know it is a command, if we get beyond there. Commands only, bro. No, I don't want to write that. So now we need to break it apart, figure out what the command is. Const. I'm pretty sure there's a destructuring way for this. Did I already do this in the other? Let's look. Code base. No, I did the simple way. Don't some of these commands like this? Yeah. I like that. Raw command, .2 lowercase. That allows you to that allows you to fat finger a case insensitive, or a case, you know, uppercase, lowercase, whatever, and I'll still read it. I'll be nice. I'm a nice guy. Okay. So this is going to pull out message examples. Let's say, let's start easy with like BRB. No, these are all gonna have values. I'm trying to think of a command that wouldn't have a value. So I can make a shortcut for yoink. What were the other ones? Whatever, let's do this as an example for now. So we would have that. No, we would have fortune. That would be our prime example, fortune. But I do want to also implement the yoink to say like, okay, I can take yoink as a task, but really it's just an alias for sound yoink. Shorthand alias or whatever. And so this code was already messages cleaned message. It'll split on spaces. What is the first thing we're gonna get? This is in the client right now? Yeah. Right? I don't know. Will this log out server side? I think. Let's start with those. Oh, I do want to add one more. I want sound yoink. Let me put that one after it then. He's an alias. This is also an alias, but it's an alias in a different way, where it's not just a keyword alias, it's a whole command alias. Let's call it that. This is just a single command. Okay, fortune. And what fortune would do is it would ping my server for one of the fortunes. We'll set that up another time. And then it will return it and show a notification on stream. Hydrate break for the homies. So let's see what we get out here. Leave there. I need to pull in the init. I haven't done that yet for Twitch chat. This might be getting a little fat. I might move this to somewhere outside. Oh, there goes the fridge again. So, are you down here somewhere? Do you want to come say hi? What do you want? What do you want? In the app file, is that right? That's where we did it before with the tau, right? With the tau, const, what did I call it? Twitch chat. Ugh. Messed that up. Twitch chat. Zoe, come here. Come here. Take the shortcut. Come here. She just stares at me, waiting for me to pick her up and put her on me or something. I mean, come on. Move the chair closer. Okay. Okay, Twitch chat. It's gonna look funny because it's gonna be like new Twitch chat. It should be capital. And now we're doing it 2 different ways. Am I gonna need access to that Twitch chat anywhere? I don't think so. Right? I don't know. We'll come back and fix it if we do. No. Come here. Come here. Come here. Are you gonna come up or what? Sorry. Let me go put her away. 1 second. Jertex official. Thank you, I just saw that. Good night. You can check out the VOD. There'll be a VOD later if you want to finish it later. All right, be right back. All right, I'm back with some snacks. Yo, I brought snacks. There we go. Crinkle chips. Doesn't sound very refreshing. Each time I need to think, I'm gonna eat chip. Oh, app crashed on Twitch chat JS4. Yeah, this is a module exports. That's why. I don't have a console log in here. TMI listening to Twitch chat. Okay, let's test it. Ooh, app crash. Config.username is not a thing. Where did I get those configs from? Okay, I want to go to the top. Where do I get those configs from? Default config? These are all support for the URL configuration. You can configure your tasks through the URL. I don't need a lot of that in here. So maybe I just pull it from my environments. I think they're all going to be environment variables instead of like configuration things. Okay, so config and allow mods. And that's a site-wide config. Oh. Export const Twitch chat. Who's gonna listen to that? The mod, like allow mod commands. I only have like fine-grained permission so far. So far, the broadcaster is the only one that's able to. Get the, what was I thinking about? The broadcaster is the only one allowed to make commands. I need to add some permissions somehow. Maybe I don't need that. Hey Arna, how long are you actually into coding? I just started recently learning HTML and CSS. I've been coding for quite some time, since I was 16 or so almost 20 years now. Yeah. But I started with HTML and CSS 20 years ago. Is that right? 20 years? That can't be right. Twitch chat allow mod commands. False. And this should be config dot. Can I pull the config in? I can, right? That was part of the point. Oh yeah, instead of config though, I called it OBS Overlays config. Should I pass it in here as well? Or should I just pull it in? I would have to do the imports there as well. It just seems silly since I'm calling it. Why not? Should I call it from here? Yeah, let's pass it in. Should I call it Twitch chat config? I don't remember why I even needed this, but let's add it and then we'll, okay. No, see, I never do it right. I want that, and I want it down. There we go. Twitch chat config. Okay. Let's make sure all the other files saved. So what kind of Twitch chat config do we need? We've already got the chat commands there. In Twitch chat. This could be configurable at some point. Don't care about it right now. Oh yeah, I want the username. Let me change those. So if we want to change it in the future. Config Twitch chat command with allow mods. That's what I want. But yeah, the place I could pass it in is on Twitch chat. But where I have it would be there. This is probably why we needed a init. Or to do it in the Twitch chat already. I mean, initiate it, you know? So I'm just gonna create a new one. And then force you to call init, then what's the point of the whole constructor? That's why I want to do it this way. So force you to call init. And then any of the other methods. Oh, this is what I call it. Socket config. So Twitch chat's already listening at this point. I'm gonna get a list of the commands. I don't remember what this looks like anymore. Command.command and command.aliases. I don't think I need to loop over the commands in here yet anyway. I don't need to do anything in here to like create. This was an extra. No, I want to admit it. So I want to say if any of these commands come through, admit them. This is confusing me. I wrote this code. For now, let's do env. It's not env, sorry. It's oops, should be able to see commands. Did I leave any unfinished code anywhere? I don't think so. Twitch chat is not a constructor. That's right. I changed it. Okay, so that should init. That's why I want to switch it to just be that. And then we will do this stuff. Something's off. Do I have one too many of these? I guess so. So I'm gonna pull, well, this should be able to be passed in with the init, but init happens up here. Maybe it shouldn't happen until I call emit events on whatever. Because this should be able to have a config. But do I want to start the Twitch chatting when the app starts up, or do I want to wait until I call, what is it? Emit chat commands on socket. Because I don't need to listen to chat until this is called, until I want to emit them to a socket. So let me do the connection in here. I like that idea more. The init here doesn't really do anything. Well, we need to move it, I mean. This happens in the index. No, it happens in here. Twitch chat init. In Tau socket? Wow. That's interesting. But I don't want to init it multiple times. So if it's initialized, this dot initialized equals true. You should be private, but whatever. I mean, who cares? If this dot initialized, then return. Initialized. I should spell them right. Okay, and then I can get the broadcaster. I can take config in here then. Config is going to be an empty object. I would expect you to pass in the broadcaster name. Again, let's do this in the Tau socket. I don't need to listen across multiple broadcasters right now, so. Should I just force it in there then? Yeah, frick We'll update it later if we needed to. I'm gonna pull it from the Twitch username. We're gonna need to update our README to include that. Let's do that now before we forget. It should be in our env sample. Equals. Yeah, that's fine. And this is actually a tmi.js settings. I don't think there's other ones. The allow mods, but right now I'm hard coding that. I don't want to allow it. Okay, where's our env file? See, I have more in mind because I was using other things, but I really don't need them in there anymore. I should get rid of them. Okay. Oh, this should be passed in the config, right? Maybe that's where we do it in our, yeah, Twitch chat config. Broadcaster name. Oops. Username. Need to import env in here. Where is the env? There we go. Oh, but this is in the Twitch config. Never mind. I might have to find a place for that. And Twitch chat config. Okay. Cool song, man. Twitch chat config runs, and then they pass it here. Config.broadcaster, or I'm going to pull from my environment. And then we're going to listen to the broadcaster there. I guess I can just do this now, config. Allow mod commands. So it'll say if tags.mod and allow mod commands is true, which is not by default. So we have the option to set that here. Actually, not here. Let's delete this out of there. We're gonna need that somewhere. Okay, let's take that out of there. My light flicker. So let me close app. Pull in the Twitch chat. swear we'll get to these other files someday. So here, yeah, allow mod commands false. Okay. I mean, I'd like to move the broadcaster here at some point, but you know. Okay, we're passing it in there. Again, let's look back at emit. It's going to init the Twitch chat. If it's already initialized, we're not going to run it a second time. We're going to try to pull the config.broadcaster and then the env Twitch username. Or should I do it as an override the other way first? Whatever. No, because if it's in the config, I want it to show. Connect to the client, TMI listening to Twitch chat. And then on the message, I'm gonna do all the fun stuff. And I should be able to see commands now. Or messages as they come through. I think that's it. And notice how this comes in later because it doesn't run until after the socket stuff runs. Listening to Twitch chat. So I do want to say, I do need to initialize the listeners, but let's send something. There comes our message. Command, the command is yoink, the message. Ah. Is that right? Shouldn't the command be sound? Zero dropped frames so far. That's pretty good. Pretty good. So you can see all this info that we get back, which I would like to copy as an example. And this would come in where? What did I copy? First one. So Ched Dev said this message, and then I console logged channel tags messages self. Okay, so that's channels and tags and message. I want that whole thing. This is gonna be annoying. Did I finish the playlist? Uh-oh. Pretzel broke. It's gonna make me log in here. There we go. Okay. Man, I lost the thing. first message. We need to pull that out. Ooh, badge info, badges, broadcaster, subscriber. So that's how they parse out the badges. Where's the badges? There it is, badge info, badges. Is broadcaster tags.username equals broadcaster. Tags.mod, still right. Okay, so then I logged out the command. This is what I'm more worried about. Not worried, but I mean more interested in. Because this would be what I finally want. So sound got dropped. The command is actually sound. I have a feeling this was a problem. And I want to slice this with the exclamation point. Actually, just one character. Is it one comes there, or just to say one? I think that might be it. Okay, listening to Twitch chat. Command is sound. The message is sound yoink, and the args are yoink. So if I pass a longer one, like, oh, I don't want to do tasks, because that one's actually listening. Let's say, what? Exclamation point chat, and you can say like at Cheddev. Sup, dude? So then I get the chat command, I get the full message, and the args are this, and I know, depending how I want to handle it, these could be additional args, or I can say, okay, everything else I know is going to be a sentence that I put in. So that will be handled by one of the callbacks. Which one? Huh? Which one? I'm gonna take a bathroom break again. And then when I get back, we will do that. We will decide which one. Okay, let's do up another. Oops. BRB. Moving the car. We need to make our BRB do like a bunch of weird things. But okay, I'll be right back. How do I get back to OBS? And this should be a smoother transition someday. Okay, we back. Not moving the car anymore. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to clear my throat after I came back. Okay, so we're getting the commands. Now what we want to do is say if the command is in one of our listener commands, then I want to listen for it, right? Well, similar to tau switch, I want to kind of do that. That is a little funny. Why am I... This should be on the Twitch chat. Why did I put it over here? Let's remove that, because that's not really needed. And then I don't need to, like, even import this. Change to const Twitch chat. Oops. Do I need to do that? Is that how I did it over here? I just exported it, huh? Yeah. Ridiculous. Oh, this song's pretty dope. Oops. Am I loud enough though? There we go. It's a little better, but this song's pretty dope. Apple Juice by Stan Forby. Was that in the song or was that behind me? So then in here I can just say this.init. Does this have the config? I passed in the config for it. So let's remove it from there. Let's change our index. Okay, that makes sense. Where were you on that one, everybody? So commands on the socket. Here's the chat commands. And you're gonna get the socket and you're gonna get the config. Start listening for Twitch chat messages. Now. And then I'm gonna loop through my commands. How did I do it in my tau socket? I put all the listeners on there. I don't have a socket, different sockets this time. Well, yeah, I actually said the same thing. I did this just so I could keep them separated. So event name, this would be command name. And then the command callback. So this happens from the server. So I'll have, well, I have a server callback and a regular callback. Server can do some things. Client can do some things, depending where I want to handle it. That'll give me the option, the flexibility. What was the code I copied? Oops, socket listeners. So then we're just basically gonna copy this tau socket stuff. I mean, geez. knock out, am I right? What? Let's keep it consistent, everybody. Events with socket. I'm gonna call commands with socket. With socket? Whatever, we'll refactor both those later maybe. And then events should be commands, and then we're gonna get the command name. We probably want all the data, let me see. Yeah, command, oh, it's just command. Should I change this to command name? There's only two. Just hate when you fat finger it. Okay, command name, and there's also the aliases though. I'm gonna take the command name, the aliases, and the server callback. I'm gonna say socket listening for command name. I do want to include the exclamation point there, so it's obvious that it's a Twitch chat command. Could I change command name without changing the other? Hey pop, hey pop. The command name, but then I also want to do it on the aliases. That's gonna be my callback. Both of those. For each. We don't need to map it. The alias. Okay, so that should handle the commands and the command aliases, server callback. What happens in the server callback? Nothing yet, so we'll eventually call it, but I don't think it should alter the event data. I don't know. We'll need an example later on, so we'll leave it there for now. But we want to emit the command name, and the event data should be the maybe we'll copy over some of this first. So this gets every message. We have that. This is on every message, right? Yeah, on every message. Do all this stuff, pull out the command, and then loop through all of the listeners, not socket listeners, but what did I call them in here? I did call them socket listeners. Socket listeners. See, some of this feels like it could be a core class that I extend upon to do some of these basic things, but I'm only 2 files deep so far, so we're not really there yet. Maybe another refactor, another time. Can y'all hear me? Type 1s in the chat if you can hear me. So it's gonna go over the listeners, event type. Stanley GG's, thank you. I got your follow, I was off stream. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the first time chat. Oh, that's interesting, that should be in here. Oh, the app was crashed. Oh, we could have saw it for the first time chat, but we know what it looks like. We know how to find it. So, if it has its own property command, oh, but that's not always, well, yeah, because I duplicate the commands here, so even the alias would have their own command at this point. It would just call the same thing. I need to change all these. Whoa! Command. If a command equals a function, then go ahead and send it on through. The demata, should I just send it all in like command, message, args, through like that? The message is the full message, I guess. I don't think I'm ever gonna need that, to be honest, but let's just send the commands and args. Do we need to do any user verification, or has it already happened at this point? No, it has not. I need to do it. Should I handle it? I handle it in the command. Callback? Where would I handle that? I feel like the server callback should not be, we should not rely on the result of it, but we should, I'm sorry, did I turn the music up? Or is it just like hot in here? I might have turned it up on accident. Oh, there goes the something. Okay, so where do I want to do the checking for is moderator? Did I do that up here already? Yeah, so by the time the command's even triggered, it has to be... No, that's not true. I need to do these before I emit. If the command is a function, if it has its own property, it's a function, and I think I should not handle it down here. I think I should, if it is not a command or command not allow, oh wait, is command allowed or command is not allowed. So we'll just do a check here. We'll say const is command allowed, and it's allowed if it is the broadcaster or it is a moderator Oh. Is moderator? I just care if the user's a moderator. I guess I could just say that or is a moderator then, because broadcasters will always be allowed. I guess I could have an enable disable on the config or on the command, but that would be later on. Is modder will only be true if the tag is a mod and mod commands are allowed. So if they're a mod but mod commands are not allowed, this would be false. Then this would be false. So this would have to be true, because it would be false or false. It would just be false, right? Hydrate break. Okay, is command allowed? So if the command is not allowed, ignore it. So anything beyond is an allowed command, and so then I will go trigger. Trigger command. Or no, this is going, that's not triggering it, that's creating the listeners for it. No, it's grabbing it. Yeah, it's calling it with command and args. So this won't be event data. This would be command and args. Oh wait, I just passed it as an object, right? Command info, not command data. Instead of event data, just change it to command, copy, paste, call it a day. That should work. If my calculations are correct, I need to get that. It's not a function. I never changed the module's exports. There we go. This.init is not a function. Where did I call this.init? Line 100. How did I set up this one? Oh, there. Shouldn't be a fat arrow. This one. This.init is not a function. How am I formatting it differently? Init is on there. Oh, that's weird. fat arrow should be okay. That's what I'm doing on these ones. And I have the module exports. Module.exports, did I spell it correctly? Yeah. What do you think this is? And it's because I destructured it instead of right? No. Because that's how I did that one too. Oh, but I don't call a knit. No, and this .init should happen in there. Maybe it wasn't a problem because I'm not using this in the tau socket. Yeah, I'm not. Okay. It's my bad. My bad. So this could be why I'd want it separate. I wonder if it will work. Yes, it will. Listening for sound and listening for fortune. Didn't get the aliases. What's up with that? If aliases and aliases.length, and for each the command alias same thing, command callback. Oh, it did run it. It just didn't do that again. So it was listening, it just didn't announce it. Listening for S, should I say, for S, and it forwards to command name. Message. I didn't quite understand line 113. Let me show you. 113 is a little trickery. What it's saying is if aliases has a value, a truthy value, and the aliases dot length, because aliases is actually an array. So this would cover if it's any negative thing in here is gonna stop from running this whole command. So it's just shorthand for that. So if aliases doesn't exist, it's not gonna run the command. If it does exist, it's gonna say, okay, does the length of it, assuming it's an array, actually have 1? It doesn't need to be wrapped in an if, it's a shorthand, because like a ternary, similar to a ternary, if you're familiar with that, which would be like aliases dot length question mark. Yeah. If that's true, do this, and if it's false, do this. So this would be, yeah, this would be the same as writing it in here if, and then moving this out. So this is equivalent to what I had. It was just a shorthand way. So it was a little trickery, but I'm the only one editing this code. I know what it's doing. What do you like better? What would you prefer to see if you were gonna hop into this code? This is more explicit for sure. I don't mind writing it like that, to be honest, because I like it because it visually, you know, I skip this whole block. The other one might be a little harder to read, so that could be a good point. But this will basically do the same command over again. Yeah. Well, ideally, I'd like to make this readable for someone who picks it up, right? So I don't want to be too tricky. If someone wanted to look through it to make sure I'm not going to do anything malicious, you know, hopefully they can understand the code. Okay, let's keep that and get rid of that demo code. I might even put a comment on there real quick just to see. Redirect aliases. Or point aliases, I don't know, same thing. Okay, let's see. So that should trigger the socket emit. And we can listen on the client. We'll need to do some new code to listen on the client, but we should now be emitting those events to the front end socket, which we would modify that finally in our overlays. So we have our config tau listeners. Let's do another one for config Twitch listeners. Is that what did I call it? Twitch chat? Oh no, I call it chat commands. This is why consistent naming is important. Listen for chat command. Listener. I need to do a similar thing in here with the aliases. Command name. Client callback. Let's copy this first. And this, what was the get data? Oh, I passed it in, that's the, I don't know if I'm gonna need that actually. I might just do command name. So to make sure the events and the command names don't match, I'm gonna have to do something special. But we'll think about that in a second. How does it work here? Command name and the command data. And the command data is the command and args, correct? I don't think I need a get data. Oh, I do need to get data because I gotta learn how to render it. Well, it's not a get data, it's not gonna render on the screen. I can just do whatever I want there, so instead of get data, it should be just client callback. In that case, I was using the client callback as a getter, but this time I should just do client callback with command data. I deleted one too many curly braces. So I guess I'll just put an exclamation point in front of this. And that will be the command for now to make sure they don't collide, the Twitch events and the commands. So I need to do the same thing on the other one. Ideally, this should be configurable, but I'll do that later off stream. Socket ID received something. Okay, listen for chat command. Command name. Client callback. When client callback happens, I just do whatever I want. This should be an no-op, call it, by default. So if they don't pass that, we can still call it. You can close out the task socket now. Server callback. So whatever I want to do, I can do it server side or I can do it client side. I don't think I hooked up the server side one yet, but I was going to wait for the commands until we got them in there. So for sound, what I want to do is I want to do a client side thing. I want to play the sound. How would I do that? Because then I would have to import sounds into here, and I don't want to do that. I want this to be straight config based. I'm probably going to refactor this off screen. I mean off stream, but it's okay. I'd like to show you the refactoring, but I need a plan. Listen for chat command. Oh, my light went out. Background light. How long have we been going? Almost 3 hours. Okay. I feel like we're close though. I feel like we're pretty close. 2 hours on the TMI integration and an hour on the review. It's a good review though. Okay. What do I want to do when the sound runs? I want to play a sound, basically. This could... I could pass more things through, like the data. I could pass through the sound player, render message. I could return something from this that then triggers it within this file. So it would be like command data, whatever I return from here, I could say, did my thing just change? Client command, render message, and then args could be, actually it would be an array. So I could do something like this to keep this, you know, just like a selector, basically. I won't have to pass, otherwise I'm gonna have to pass through like render message, sound player, you know, like I don't wanna do that. But then I'm gonna have to keep a list of available client commands. More config. If I keep that, should I keep it in here? Should I put it on the Twitch chat config? Kind of like a dependency injection thing. So I could say, I'll do an example. I guess I can't do it there, but let's write a quick one. Const chat command config. I think I would change the name of this to be chat command listeners. And then I would also have chat command config. Let's see. Chat command config, it could have, or no, this could be an array. And it could say command client command name, render message. This would like make them available, and if it's not on this list, then I won't run it, or I'll say it's not found or something. And then in here, I could handle it some way. I could say like, I'm gonna expect to get render message. This would be the action. Command action. It's gonna be a function. Oops. And then this would get the command data, in case I needed any of it. How do I want to write this? It's blue either way. In that case, I'll just do this. How does that feel? Hey, Melky Dev, what's up, man? Shout out at the Melky Devs. I was watching you earlier. You were dropping a lot of good knowledge, man, on career stuff. I gotta watch back some more. With all those notes, you're gonna make some YouTube videos? Is that what it is? Like pre-recorded videos? It was useful. I enjoyed it. I was setting up for stream, so I wasn't paying full attention. But I I was watching for a little bit. So callback command action and command data. So then they would just be like VODs. Well, they won't just be like VODs. You made 2 separate channels, yeah. Why did you want to do them separate and not do them together and just have 2 different playlists or something? Because I think it would split up. Okay. The only thing to think about it, it would split up, you know, that's 2 different paths of followers, you know? But if that doesn't matter, if you don't care, as long as you thought about that. Yeah, I plan to start a new Twitch channel for gaming, but I don't want it to be on this one either. I want it to be separate because I feel like it's 2 different crowds. So they do overlap a little bit, but you know, I don't want to stream half games and half code and then people, you know, they just don't tune in because they're like, I want someone who's all code or all games or whatever. Yeah. Same idea. So your YouTube, your clean cut YouTube can have all your edited, finessed videos. And then in the live streams are a different kind of crowd sometimes, so I think it's fine to have it separate. I agree. Okay, what was it doing? Yeah, higher production quality. So this would be called from here. Instead of just doing this, I'd do something more intense, like I don't know if I like this, but let's go down this route for now. Chat command configs. Chat command callbacks. What did I call this one? Just chat commands. I mean, let's try it. What does it look like? It should be this. Default. I mean, render message, I might not even have to call it that, right? I can just say, like, render notification. Because then this would just be command action. And then I call it with command data. No, because I would want to format this data however I want, right? So to format it, oops. I'm not even sure I'm gonna have a render message one yet, so let's just start with the sound. But we want to import that. Import chat command callbacks from I moved this out to Twitch chat configs. Yeah. So instead of, I think I can close this for now, but I don't know. Let's try it. Let's see. Listen for command, client callback. Is this where I do my checking to see if it exists in here? What's my other one? All right, catch you later, Melky. It's notification sound. And then I just pass the name of it. Cool. Notification sound. I'll probably change the name of that. I could start to use some TypeScript in here, I tell you what. Notification sound to just play sound. Let's do that now. Okay, so play sound, we would have that. We just want to pass the name of it. Command data dot. Oh. This is the client callback? And this is gonna expect a sound by name. How do I get that sound name out of here? Command data, this is gonna be command name and args. Is that what I pass through? I lost my own train of thought. Oh no, I passed it through. Listen for chat command. Oh yeah, the client callback. And that comes from this. So that will run this. And that socket emits. Sockets is always confusing. Command data, which is, this is why TypeScript will be handy. What is command data? Well, let's just try this and let's see. Let's log it, huh? Oops. I don't think this one's gonna be called though. I think this is the one I want to call. But I need to do that somewhere. I haven't written that code to do that yet. This is the code. Client command play sound. Let me change this real quick. Chat commands dot client callback. Command name and args. I'm pretty sure this should be args. Well, just pass through, huh? Maybe not, but we'll see. Okay, something might have broken. Let's see. It's listening for sound. Sound yoink. Okay. So the command sound the message, the arg is yoink, and this received, the front end received the sound, the command is sound, and the arg is yoink. Did I get a chat commands client? This should be on the client side, but I didn't load that in here. Sorry. Oh! There. Console me. Okay, let's try it again. Sound yoink. Command name is messed up, but I got the args. Client callback. Yeah, I don't think those are ever being called. Config is fine now. My index is fine now. We'll get to the callbacks. Command name. Okay, so in here, I get the command name. Did I not? No, I changed their names. So the name is sound. I guess I don't really need the command name anyway here because I already know it's going to be sound or S. Actually, I do need that because I want to react if it's an S. Well, maybe not yet. But I want to know why it's not coming through. Let me just close that one for now because I'm not even using it yet. So I map over it, listening for command name. Name and then the command callback, command data, it emits the command, and the command data is what? Oh, it's just command, not command name. Where do I set that? This should be command name, right? This needs to refresh. swear this will be easy once we're done. Okay, there's the sound, and then there's the args. Command name is sound. And the args are yoink. I don't need it here, but I will in other cases. If I do S, it should come through the same. S. Yeah, Command S. But I'm just going to treat it as an alias. So I'm going to say play sound with these args. The only problem is if they do more, I guess I'm going to drop those off anyway. But this returns that data. I think I want to wrap it. I want to say client callback command data const client command and then now we can get into the chat command callbacks. Chat command actually I do want to call this client command. Because this will look like this. So I already have the thing called client command. Client caller. If client caller, what are those things called? I don't know what this will be. Oh, this will be the command callback. But it's not just command callbacks is what they will be. This comes from config dot chat command callbacks dot find find it where the chat command callback is client caller dot something. Yeah, client caller dot command name. My other ones, chat commands. No, it's in this one. Client command name. And so if there is a command callback, that means it found one. Then we can do command callback. Was it client callback? What do they call it? Callback. With the command data or the args? No, I want to do the args, right? Dot call. I don't really need this context in there. Client caller.args, right? I think. This is really confusing. I don't know if it's just my naming or is this a confusing task? But, oh, hey Stanley. Thanks for hanging out. It's a relaxing and engaging stream. Thank you. Yeah, I'm feeling more relaxed today. Sometimes I'm a little more hyped up, but I'm feeling more relaxed today because I'm thinking through a lot of things rather than just coding. I'm getting tired though. 3.5 hours almost, and we spent almost 2.5 on this. But I'm feeling like we're so close. I just want to trigger one, you know? Trigger one, and I'll call it a night. The fortune one would be more work. Okay, so this should command callback, call it with I don't need the context. Now we're making more ice. Come on back in the future, Stanley. Love to have you. And give it the args. So that should call this. Oh, I know I want to call it with the action itself. Play sound. Do I need to put them all on like one thing? I can't just eval that. It should be like play sound, but how do I pass that function there? Client command name. My first thought is to put them all like on a thing like client commands. Which is a thing. And I would have to move my code around a little bit, I think. Should I make another file for it? Client commands and then import them? I feel like why not, right? Let's start with it. Oh, not JS, MJS. You hear that? Export default. This should be command callback const client command equals client commands dot has own property of client caller dot client command name. I don't know what the command callback is. I don't remember. It's the config Command callback. Config. What is this? Oh, and client commands. Oh, it's not its own property. These are an array, right? No, they're properties. And that's right. Yeah, client commands. Client command name. I'm not a fan of these namings. They're very confusing to me, and I'd like to change them, but not right now. We're chugging through it. Okay, so this will be the client command. I'm gonna call the callback, I'm gonna give it the client command, and then it's the args. But do I need to do that? I mean, CM Griffing, thanks for the sub, man. Do you see my new thing up there? It doesn't look great, but it's up there. Ooh, I almost wrote the full word. Shout out. What's up, man? How's it going? I'm just confusing myself with all these words here, these variables. Just woke up from a nap, nice. You gonna go on chill now or what? Play some games? You get tomorrow off, yeah? So is there a reason why I need to call it here? Not here. Joachim White, hey. Nice to meet you. First time chatter. Nice to meet you too. Command. Callback. No. Client commands. No. Client command callbacks, yeah. This one is gonna call trigger my play sound. I guess that I don't really need this. Let's try to do it without it. Because, yeah. The bot's going okay. We're almost playing a sound notification. I've gone through a lot of refactoring. I made this way more complex than it needs to be, but let me move over some of my client commands. So there's like render message. See, but then this requires data. Well, let's just do the play notification for now. Play sound. Sound on a follow? There is. Yes, that's already up there. But I'm trying to do it so if I say like sound yoink, there's the follow. Thank you for the follow, Joachim. If I do sound yoink, it plays the sound. And I have to pull sound player into here. See? That's not a thing because it's in this other one. It's in overlays. Maybe I just make them in here. He plays the sound in the browser, yeah. So there's an OBS source right now on top of, in my OBS, and it's listening for the commands from TAU, for those ones. The chat ones I'm hooking up with TMI. And I'm getting all the events, I'm sending it to the client and everything. I'm just trying to act on it in the client right now. Yeah. client commands. Let me put it in here because there's a lot, I forgot there's a lot of things I need access to that are not just gonna be around for client commands. The web server, it's running on an Express server. Tau, the Twitch API unifier, is running the event sub for me, and then that's committing socket requests to my Express server, and my Express server is sending socket requests to my browser client. So it's a multi-layer thing. Which one was the one I just closed? Chat command. Oh, it's this one. Yeah, I don't need that one. Delete. I'll do it on here. I'll move that one. Listen for chat command doesn't need to happen. I can just say play sound, not even redo it, just do that, right? So these are the commands that are exposed. I went overkill and used next, yeah. I did for my other one, I did a OBS tasks one where I can do like task add something. I'm not gonna write it because that's what's powering my on-stream tasks right now. And yeah, I ran a Next.js app so I could use React to render things. And this one is not the same. This one's different. This one's just a basic Express server, and then I serve up this folder as static, and I'm writing like vanilla JS, HTML, and JavaScript to handle all the stuff in the browser. It's old school. Old school in the sense of that it's using browser allowed code, you know, the latest browser JavaScript APIs as compared to Babel or something. Okay, so this is going to be exposed client commands. Play sound. And then in here, I want to say client commands has on property, yeah, and then I use the client command. So if there's a config and a client command, why do I need the config at this point though? Chat command config. Oh, because I get the name. No. That comes from a client caller. Chat command callbacks. Yeah, so this, I won't need this. That would be nice. I really don't. Yeah, because then I would need to pull things in here and call. This is just extra. Let's dump this shit. Chat command callbacks. Well, let me make sure I'm not using it anywhere else. Chat command callbacks. I have it in here. Don't think I need it in there. I'll rip it out of there. And then in here, we'll just call it out. Yep, it's dead. So now we just need to see, hey, there's a client command. Okay, cool. Then I'm gonna call that, did you see that flash? Client command with the args. And that's it. And I think that should work. I think it might work. Let's try it. Let me refresh the browser though. Don't forget to do that. Okay. No? Sound. Okay, let's log the command data, the client caller, and the client command to make sure we have stuff. I'm guessing we're not getting the client command. Client command is false. Command data is command name sound. Client caller, yeah. So the client command is play sound, and the args are yoink. It's just called client command, it's not client command name. That's why, I bet. Okay, I'm feeling good about this one. User didn't interact with the page first. Okay, I've interacted with the page.
Yoink.
Yoink! Let's try the short one. Wow! Nice, nice. I like the shorthand. What happens if it doesn't find one? Does it error? It errors. So this should do another check. My client command should be foolproof. Can I do sound player? Can I check if it exists? I don't see why it would error, because if there's no audio, it should not play it. Cannot read properties of undefined reading audio. Oh. This should be doubled up. Sound clip. And we don't have optional chaining yet, right? Interact with the DOM. Didn't work. I mean, no errors.
Let's bring that feedback.
Client command play sound. So it connected it, just it couldn't find the sound, so it worked fine. Sound, what were the other ones? Applause. Mr. Sir Owen Codes. Howdy, Owen. How's it going? I just finished getting this hooked up. So we got sounds. What other sounds did I have?
Yoink.
Yoink. They're only allowing to be triggered by me right now. I would allow it to open some. Trash dev, pub sub stuff. So we finished that up. That's all working now. I've got follows and subs and what else am I listening for? And for Joachim. You wanna see? This is the Tau dashboard. This is what's controlling all of the event subscriptions, and these are all the ones we're listening for. Custom redemptions, cheers, user trash dev is redeeming a hydrate. Meow. Meow. Tau is it's a whole app, really. So what it is the Twitch API unifier, and you've worked. I don't know if you've worked with the Twitch API before, but it's bitch. So what it does is it's a repo you have to set up on your local machine. I haven't got to deploying it yet, but you set it up on your local machine. It's super easy. It's Dockerized, and then you just have to run the Docker thing. I set up an ngrok as well. You create a Twitch app, and you use your client ID and client secret, fill out some environment variables, this crap. It runs in Docker, the ngrok sends it back to it, and your first setup, you go to visit it, and you set up your channel with it. When you set up your channel, then it gives you into the dashboard here. And once you're in the dashboard, you can see all of your events on the right that you're listening, that have happened, and the events on the left are the ones that you're subscribed to. And you can modify these in config. You go in here, and these are the Twitch event subscriptions, and this has like everything. So it's got the follows, channel points. I mean, you can do bans and stuff like that. I'm not even listening to all the events. Hype trains and hype train status, polls, predictions, raids, subscriptions. It's got them all. Yeah, you just turn them on. You say update subscriptions. It reboots it behind the scenes automatically. And then this app is listening from Twitch for the events. It gets the events and it puts the events out on a webhook. Or not a webhook, puts the events out on a web socket. And you can listen to that web socket by getting a token. They have a token here in this user. You copy this auth token. And then you ping the WebSocket with your token, and then it will start sending all of the events you subscribe to that WebSocket that you subscribed on. So my Express app now is listening to all the subscriptions. They automatically update in the background, whatever, when I change it through the admin interface. And then I just have some extra code, because on my Express server, it gets those events here, the ones that I'm listening for, and then I emit them on a socket IO to my Express front-end client. And then I listen on the client, which is the browser page, this page, and this gets the events. And that's the whole thing. I should draw out a diagram thing. You could listen just from the thing about the Express is collecting the Tau things, and then you could listen directly from the client, but I have a lot of code that I'm kind of abstracting away in the server here. Because if you listened in the client, what happens is you get these. Oh, look, those are all the messages coming through, and I'm logging out way too much data. If you get it, do I have an example? Let me trigger one real quick, and you'll see an example. The way I'm basically formatting their data and then, turning it into how I want and then sending that to the client. So I don't have to do a lot of that formatting on the client. By the time the client gets it, I just have to kind of react to it. So yes, you could do it all in the client if you wanted to. But the idea was also that I would have multiple apps running in here, but I don't know if I will need that now, because now my OBS Overlays is running the Tau listeners, and I just added TMI to listen to all the chat stuff, so I can do the same, commands on the client side, use the same code. I'm using sounds for my notifications from Tau, and I'm also using those sounds for chat integrations as well. So, wow. if you want to yoink this code sometime, it's up on my repo. I'll push up the latest tonight. Check that out. Check Tau out. If you do want to set up your own client on your own, just do the Tau part. You don't need my repo at all. You could just do the Tau part and then integrate it yourself. Mine is just kind of like what controls my whole thing, and you can use it for reference or whatever. But did I refresh this page? There's no more data now. No, well, maybe I didn't push it up yet. Yep. I was surprised though. Tau was built by Finite Singularity and Friends. MJS, yeah. And I've gone the route of playing with just modules in, so this is, the OBS Overlays directory is basically getting served up as Express Static. And so these are just all HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, plain stuff, no Babel and shit. So it's been kind of a throwback, but cool. What other sound sources do I have? I made a bunch. Air horn, another one, applause. Boring.
Boring.
Oops. And I want to make shortcuts like that, like just dark.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
My eyes, the goggle do nothing. So these are all the sounds that I picked out. I think it's all working. I think we're good to go. Wow, I changed a lot of files. Let's see if I left any debugging code out. This one's good. Sound player. I only updated it with this bug. This was actually a bug. You could try to play a clip that did not exist. And the play sound here, I have it in like the high scope, and then I'm just using these to expose them. Expose client commands. Eventually I will want the render message. Let's try. Should we try it? Let me look through the rest of the code first and make sure there's nothing crap I want to delete. Listen for chat command. I'm gonna leave this around in case I want to debug later, but render message. This won't need to be client. This won't need to be client. This is already client. We don't need the socket stuff. Render buttons. I could do the render buttons, because that will list all of the possible. Actually, that would be the sounds keyword. So let's add a new one for sounds. Command name sounds. There is no aliases. Client callback. Command name, I don't need that. And I don't even need args. I don't need anything. Because I just want to render the sound buttons. This could be shorthand now. And this will be shorthand as well. Client command is just render sound buttons. And let's test it out. I mean, the args should not be a problem. So then I don't even need these, right? I didn't even use these anymore. Yeah, delete that shit. I don't want another file. I don't need the command name there, but I could get it. I'll leave it in. I left it in there for information purposes, I think. There's no server callback yet. Render sound buttons. Where else do I need to tie things in? This file should be done now. We'll come back to it to implement some more things later on, but it's good for now. So in order to, I want to render sound buttons. And it can be called without any args, client caller args, or an empty array. Cool. Let's try it. So this should list let's not do this by default. So when I refresh, I don't have the buttons on there on the bottom. And let me go open my OBS. Refresh that. Okay, so now I can say sounds, and it shows all the sounds at the bottom. They're not very readable, but you can see what's available. And then I can say sound.
Another one, and another one, and another one, and another one.
So many. I looked through a bunch of Simpsons ones. I need to start writing down the ones that I want. I'd like to pull some clips from lost my train of thought. I'd like to pull some clips from movies, TV shows, you know, a big movie quoter. Just like fellow boy C.M. Griffin. I don't know if I gave a shout out to C.M. Griffin earlier. Let's do it. He's probably over on Chill Channel now, though. Okay, shh. S.
Boring.
It's playing it on both of them. I don't really want to do that. That's why you kind of heard that little echo, because it's playing in this browser and then also on my thing. I did shout him out? Are you sure? Did I actually do the command, or did I just say shout out? Okay. Wow, 3 hours on that chat integration, but it's pretty frickin' fancy. Pretty frickin' fancy, huh? I just need to remind myself of how easy it is to add a new command. I mean, it was pretty easy to add the sounds command right there, right? Let's do class, oh, not name, class sound button, and then let's style that a little better. We'll turn up the font size a little bit. Font size 1 rem. Border solid 1 px. White. Background none. Let's do border radius of 4px. Is that pretty? Wide? I'm gonna close this one out because I don't want to hear it twice. But I want to save the page. Okay. OBS, refresh. Sorry, I'm leaning like a totally different way now. Is that right? There we go. My laptop's like really crooked, just to get my head centered. Did I refresh already? I don't remember. Okay, refresh. I need to update that text. And give them a margin. Ideally, I want to send these to the chat, but I just want to show them on screen for now. Where's my notification position? Bottom right. Flex wrap. Let's do that for now. Dude, my headphones are sticking to me. Is it already displayed flex? I think so. What are the flex wrap values? Wrap. Makes sense. Okay. This is why I think it should be in its own sub thing. So I'm just gonna call this button group. How about that? Is that it? There they are. There's the sounds. I think I want flex end though. Yeah, it didn't do anything. Which one have we not listened to? This one's good.
Listen, shut up for a second.
Oh, justify contents? Justify content. Amateur. Yo, you ever used CSS before? Sounds. No, it still didn't work. Is it line items? Whatever. That's good enough for now. I just wanted to read them. Well, I think that's it. I think we can call it. Done with the styles. I guess I do want a clear one, probably. Let's add another command. It's going to be a basic one like this. And we'll just call it clear. I think it's clear notification. Yes, it is. So now if I want to, like the sounds are stuck on the screen, right? I can just do exclamation point clear, and it doesn't work because I didn't refresh OBS. But you get the idea, right? Okay, refresh. Oh, sounds clear. Cool. Cool. So any new command we add, we expose here in our client commands. Let's do that higher, because it is kind of, it's just a config thing. Ideally, I'd like to find a better way to make this external, but you know, I've got all these. I wonder if I could export them. And then make them available. Would that work? I don't know. It's something to try out another time, though, I'll tell you that. Okay. Is there any final cleanup that I need to do before I commit this? That file's good. This one's good. Command name, fortune. This has not been implemented yet, so we'll save that for later. And then I can even make a commands thing. I'll probably eventually have like access permissions on here, like who can run these commands. That's a feature. Did I update the README? I didn't. I updated this, but I needed to update this. And this shouldn't be Twitch username. In reality, this should be like, you know, Twitch channel name. But whatever, whatever. All right, let's commit that shit. Git st, git add, git ci -m. Twitch chat with tmi.js. And sounds s clear commands. Did I not add everything? What's the deal? I can't use exclamation points. Is that what happened? Sounds. Ooh. Yeah, it doesn't like the exclamation point. Add sounds s clear commands. Okay, it's pushed up. Check it out, Trash Dev. Check it out. Oh, I forgot to give Trash Dev a shout out. Did I? Hold on. Yeah, totally forget. I did give Griffin a shout out. Shout out, Trash Dev. Check him out. He's also been doing a lot of good career-focused things as well. He's a Netflix engineer. Builds web things and AMA on his channel. So, I'm ready to call that Did I add this? I don't think I added the sounds overlay to my finishing screen, so. Task end. Task add ending. Soon. Task start. Sounds. Did I refresh? Oh, there they are. What should we go out on? Applause. I might change that to clap because applause is just a pain to type. And let me show you how easy it is though to add a so sound, since that's a sound, I just have to go to sound sources and I'll add a new sound source and just point to that one. I didn't add the ability for aliases on here, but I ideally should. Clap, where does that come? Okay, so now we've added it there. My OBS I have to refresh. But now I can do sound clap. So easy. What a good day. What a good day. All right. Oh, my camera. I'm still here. I'm still here. Okay. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for watching. I'm feeling good about this project. I like it. I enjoy it. There's still a lot more to do on it. I have another project which I kicked off. What was it? Oh, it was the backend for Fortunes. So we actually got that hooked up. One of the things we're going to want to do on here is hook up the Fortunes API. So that's an interesting integration. Two of our projects separately integrating as one. It's late. It's almost midnight. All right. Who's streaming? Who's streaming? I know CM Griffin ain't streaming. Shit, none of my followers are streaming. Let's go find some Sci and Tech, shall we? How do I get to Sci and Tech? Or not Sci and Tech, what do we call it now? Software and game development? Somebody new? If anyone in the chat has someone they'd like to raid, you let me know. Dev. What is PPY? Is that a company? Is that a person? There's a lot of game development on Twitch. Now that this category's popped it up, like, oh look, there am I. There am I. Developing an indie app. Is it English? It's English. Let's check them out. I'm having breakfast. I'll be back in 15 minutes. I know this design sucks, but it doesn't matter in my opinion. That's interesting. They have just like a word find game on there. More Twitch integration shenanigans. That's right up our alley. Canada. Go.engine? What is that? Let's hit them up.
makes sense, and then he's saving it as his equivalent of a resource OBS scene item, so that it has all the data
Alright.
on it, basically.
We're gonna go raid Arrow
Makes
Axe.
sense. Okay,
Arrow
so
Axe.
let me hop back over
They
here.
are
So let's make
building a
global
Twitch
thing.
integration, they say.
Let me
But this is a whole different, I don't know what
stuff.
this is.
Uh,
Canadian who likes
add
new things.
a OBS variable.
Oh, ODAT is a
Put this
celebrator.
here.
But let's go over there. All right. Tune in next time, this week sometime, you know.
Get
Um,
scenes,
I'll
and
catch
set
you
this
again.
equal to that command.
Okay, love you. Bye.
Which would literally. Actually, why does that work?